الحمد لله رب العالمين وأصلي وأسلم على المبعوث رحمة للعالمين وعلى آله وأصحابه الطيبين الطاهرين مدام ما في السماوات والأرضين. ربنا يسر ولا تعسر وتمم بالخير وبك نستعين يا فتاح يا عليم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما. يا مقلب القلوب ثبت قلوبنا على دينك. اللهم يا مصرف القلوب صرف قلوبنا على طاعتك. اللهم طهر قلوبنا، اللهم طهر قلوبنا من النفاق وأعمالنا من الرياء وألسنتنا من الكذب وأعيننا من الخيانة، فإنك تعلم خائنة الأعين وما تخفي الصدور. اللهم اهدنا واهد بنا واجعلنا يا الله سببا لمن اهتدى. اللهم استخدمنا لخدمة دينك، اللهم استخدمنا لخدمة دينك. اللهم تقبل منا فإنك أنت السميع العليم. آمين يا رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. How's everyone doing? A beautiful day today, no? Alhamdulillah. Usually on a Sunday morning, then I have the sniffles most Sunday mornings because of this like cool breeze, something about the Sunday morning that tells you sleep longer. But alhamdulillah, today is like beautiful, mashallah. من شغله القرآن عن ذكري ومسألتي أعطيته أفضل ما أعطي السائلين. There are some people they were toiling in the week, right? Or they're thinking about tomorrow and they're making various efforts to acquire something. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam teaches us in this hadith that whoever busies himself or herself with the Quran and they don't even have time for my remembrance or even asking of me, أعطيته أفضل ما أعطي السائلين, we will give them more than what those who even ask. Imagine, we will give them more than those who ask Allah, beg Allah, oh Allah give me this, give me that, and they're working in this and that. Allah says, just busy with yourself with the Quran, I will give you even more than them. Allah make us from among those people, inshallah. I don't know, but I get a different vibe from everybody today. It's a more positive vibe, alhamdulillah. Is it settling in now? The memorization? Alhamdulillah. Just relax, that's the main thing, relax. Abdul Karim, relax. Yeah, that's the main thing, chill. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, we recite from the beginning first, and then we recite the way we've memorized already, and then we continue learning something new. The reason I'm smiling is because I see some people, and some of the males as well, some of the females as well, that sometimes get me random places, like very random places, and they're like, what's the matter to Buruj? They're like, yes. Ajib. So I know it's exciting to learn something new. It's beautiful, mashallah. And I don't mind, please come up to me, right? If you see me in public, don't hide. Because I've seen people hide also. And then I'm like, I saw you already, no problem. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir-Rahmanir-Rahim. Everybody ready? We're not looking inside, right? Without looking inside. Not looking inside. 1, 2, 3, Bismillah. A'udhu billah. Okay, all together. 1, 2, 3, go. وشاهد ومشهود قتل أصحاب الأخدود النار ذات الوقود إذ هم عليها وهم على ما يفعلون بالمؤمنين شهود وما So still there, right? Yeah. Jameel. Can we all do it again together? I'm going to do it with, and we try one more time after that, inshallah. Beautiful. And unfortunately today I must say that the males are, mashallah, even though the females outnumber them, but mashallah. I'm sensing that some of the chair ladies that usually that takes the crowd forward isn't here yet. But you wait for them to come, inshallah. أعوذ بالله السلام عليكم. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. والسماء ذات البروج واليوم الموعود وشاهد ومشهود قتل أصحاب الأخدود النار ذات الوقود إذ هم عليها قعود وهم على ما يفعلون بالمؤمنين شهود وما نقموا منهم إلا أن يؤمنوا بالله العزيز الحميد. صدق الله العظيم. Just pause for a moment. Do you know, it's quite a bit of verses. I don't know if you realize that. How many verses? Can somebody count for me? 8 verses is a lot. Wow, mashallah. Allah make it easy for us. How many verses in the Quran? 6,600 something, right? It's only a couple left. It's not too much, inshallah. Right? Depending on how you look at it, glass full or empty, right? Depending. I promise you this, the first step is the intention. Take yourself. We're learning in Surah Al-Falaq. Remember that we take ourselves out of the equation. We try we do what we need to do, but we remove ourselves from the equation. You have a plan, you put your trust in Allah, you make the effort, and you will see it. Inshallah, you will achieve good results. Even if it's 2-3 verses per day, you will see good results, inshallah. A'udhu billah. Too much? 2 verses? Is it? It can't be too much. The way we learn, how long does it take us? In half an hour we learn at least 2 verses. And that's together. If you're still doing it on your own, it will go even quicker, inshallah. Right? Okay, bismillah. Can everybody recite one more time? 1, 2, 3, bismillah. Start with Sama immediately. Before we continue, everybody turn to their partner quickly. Recite it to your partner just once. Recite it inside together with your partner, just looking inside. Alright? Just recite it together, looking inside with your partner. And then each one recite it once, not looking inside. Please. When I say not looking inside, I mean at your work actually. No? So the one that's reciting is not supposed to be looking. Partner? Oh, she's coming. MashaAllah. Nice. Not washahidu, no? Washahidu. Washa. Not washa. Washa. Not wash. Washa. Okay, mashallah. Everybody done? Everybody done? Not yet? There's some people that's just telling me. Not in, an. Khalas? Everybody done? MashaAllah. How was the experience? Okay? Who made more than, okay. Who made more than 20 mistakes? We have one person. Anybody else? More than 2? Anybody more? 3? 4? 5? Okay, who made more than 30 mistakes? Nobody. So, very, very good, mashallah. Getting stronger, alhamdulillah. For those who are making more than or almost 30 mistakes, did we practice? So now the real question comes, right? If we practiced, for those who never made that amount of mistakes, we probably practiced a lot in the week, am I right? The uncle was reciting here, mashallah, sure. Very, very nice, beautiful, mashallah. So I'm sure if we practice it in the week, just regularly, not every day, a whole day, even though it plays in your mind the entire day, but you don't have to practice whole day, and then I'm sure, inshallah, we'll reach a level where it's going to be at a good footing. That's number one. Number two, even though we sometimes still find ourselves making mistakes and we're going over it, I remember Auntie Fatima. How was Auntie Fatima with Surah Ar-Rahman? Remember? So Auntie Fatima, when we were at the last page, and then she would regularly tell me, and there was another lady, I just finished the first page now, fixing it up. And then as we're going on with the next verses, and she'll tell me, I'm by the second page now of Surah Ar-Rahman, I finished the first half page, then the next half page. And when we finished Surah Ar-Rahman, so she was on par with everybody else. Everybody with me? So as we were going along, she was also just fixing up at the beginning because of her pace, which was nothing wrong. At the end of the day, when we finished, we all finished together. Might have been a couple of days later, but who cares? It never affected her. She still finished Surah Rahman, alhamdulillah. Okay, are we ready? Okay, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. We clear the mind. We have our notes in front of us, inshallah. Alladhi. What's the meaning of Alladhi? Okay, so it's connected to the verse before that, right? Alladhi lahu. الذي له 3 times outside. Again. Mulkus. 3 times inside. Again. Outside. What's the next step? Again. I see we all got the step correct, but some of us still looking at me. So you got part of the step correct. But what's the step actually? Inside, right? It's always inside then outside. Inside, outside, inside, outside. Alright, so 3 times inside now then, joining it together. 1, 2, 3, bismillah. Again. 3 times outside. Again. Again. Samawati. Again. Last time. Outside. Again. Last time. الذي له ملك السماوات. Again. Last time. 3 times outside. Again. Last time. والأرض. والأرض. Again. Last time. Outside. Again. Again. Last time. الذي له ملك السماوات والأرض. Again. Last time. Just say it again now, but think about all of the meaning of the words. Alladhi, what's the meaning? The one who, lahu. Translate. For him is mulkus samawati, the dominion or the kingdom of the heavens, wal ard, and earth, right? So read it quickly, but think about the meanings of the words. Bismillah, say again. Again. Now this time can I have the males recite with him? MashaAllah, from memory. Again. Last time. والله على والله على كل شيء كل شيء كل شيء والله على كل شيء 3 times inside. Again. Last time. Three times outside. Again. Again. Shaheed. Not Shahid. No, Shaheed. Last time. والله على كل شيء شهيد. 3 times inside. Again. Last time. Outside. Last time. Last time. Okay. Look inside. Alladhi lahu. From alladhi lahu to wallahu ala. On your own, don't read it. Just look at the words. Try to breathe it in. Feel it. Don't have to recite it also. Just look at it. Look at the different words. Look at the joining. How we joined. Try to feel it. If you can't recite inside, it's fine. Just try to picture what we've learned already. Try to recite it in your mind. Okay, Bismillah, recite it inside once. One more time. Okay, read from memory. Again. Okay, partner, Bismillah. Read it to your partner quickly. No, the one partner must recite it first, right? One partner. Khalas. Just look at it quickly before we memorize the next verse. Look at it inside quickly. Just for another moment, just for a moment. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Innal ladhina outside. Again. Last time. Fatanul innal ladhina fatanul one more time inside. Outside. Again. Nog één keer. Mu'minina. Just a point quickly. So who doesn't know the word mu'min? Did I hear someone? No? So all of us, alhamdulillah, we know the word mu'min, right? So in cases like these, what are we supposed to do? Say mu'minina 100 times? We know the word mu'minin already, right? So all we have to do is look, think, recite from the beginning, but picture mu'minina. Are you with me? You can maybe say it once or twice, but you're not going to repeat it all the time because we know that word already. So what we have to do, we just have to add it into the puzzle. Are you with me? Alright? And that's another thing also when we're making mistakes at home. When we're making mistakes at home, it's not about repeating all the time. Just check what's the mistake, fix the puzzle, that's all. So if you're making a mistake, say for example, like the uncle was saying, Innari dhatil waqud, which is fine. So what we have to do now, Annari, 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 Annari. I promise you read from Wasama'ilatul Buruj, you will come to Annari and you will say Innari. That's how it works. But now say for example you're making Innari, Innari, now you just check, okay, it's Annari. Now you read from the top, but in your mind, it's just at the back of your mind, behind Wasama'ilatul Buruj, as you're thinking, must be Annari. But with me, that's how you work the mistake away. But to repeat the thing all the time isn't necessarily going to work the mistake away. But with me, okay. Mu'minina wal mu'minati. We know mu'minati also. Okay, so fatanul mu'minina wal mu'minati. Just look at it quickly. Inside. Everybody seeing it? Okay, recite Bismillah innal ladhina fatanu inside to mu'minati 3 times. Why are we saying it 3 times now inside? Who can tell me? We just said we mustn't repeat it, right? Why are we saying it 3 times still? How's that time? Number 1, to picture, and to hear what you are reciting. Because even though you know mu'minina wal mu'minati, later on come Nuna, Nina. Nina, is it Nina? It's the first time I hear Nina in the Quran. I never even recognized it was Nina now. My aunties, they actually call my auntie Nina. Like stuff like that is going to happen. Are you with me? But if you recite it 3 times inside, it's like you train your ear to become used to the flow that you're busy with. But with me? Right? And the picture, etc., etc. But you're not a parrot. Everything is working with the brain. Are you with me? Okay, Bismillah 3 times inside. Again. Last time. Now 3 times outside. Last time. Again. Last time. Three times from memory. Again. Last time. ثم لم يتوبوا. Okay, maaf. I think that the meaning it's actually very simple. It was familiar with some Arabic. The meaning in this verse is quite simple, no? ثم لم ثم لم ثم لم يتوبوا. Inside. يتوبوا. يتوبوا. Outside. يتوبوا. 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 Inside. ثم لم يتوبوا. ثم لم يتوبوا. ثم لم يتوبوا. Outside. Again. Last time. MashaAllah. إن الذين فتنوا المؤمنين والمؤمنات ثم لم يتوبوا. Again. Last time. Outside. Again. Last time. Sadaqallahu al-Azim. We'll pause there. Any questions? What we do now is, again to your partners, recite from Wasamailatul Buruj till Thumma Lam Yatubu. Inside, just go over it yourself quickly, just for 1 minute. Because you only have 1 minute, and then for the next minute, you're going to recite it and your partner is going to recite it, inshallah. We're starting to recite it to our partners already. Good news. For the one partner that's reciting now, the other partner's not going to have the time to recite to you. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sadaqallahu al-Azim. Sadaqallahu al-Azim. Are there any questions? No questions? Wadah, clear? Okay, Bismillah. Subhanallah wa bihamdi. Subhanakallah. Maaf. You just said an announcement. Let me just. For all the non-Mizan students, alright? Okay, let me just get it 100% right. Next week, there's going to be a nikah at the masjid at 8 o'clock in the morning. First time in my life I hear 8 o'clock in the morning a nikah. So we unfortunately don't have another venue somewhere else. But so for all the non-Mizan students, if you could just write your contact details before leaving, inshallah, for the females on that side and for the males on the side, so that we can contact you to tell you where the move is going to be. Sometimes we move to Taranga Road, to Stichman Road, or St. Athens, or wherever the case may be, inshallah. We'll inform you about the plan going forward, inshallah. So don't forget the non-Mizan students, please just write down your contact details so that you don't come here next week and be like, this is join the nikah. Subhanallah wa bihamdi, subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika, nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta, nastaghfiruka wa natubu ilayk, subhana rabbina rabbil izzati amma yasifun, salamun ala al-mursalin, alhamdulillah.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وزدنا علما اللهم اجعل أعمالنا خالصة لوجهك ولا تجعل فيها حظا لغيرك آمين يا رب العالمين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How's everyone doing today? Alhamdulillah. We start with the praises of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's all praise due to Him. And we ask of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to send abundant salutation on our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So I'll be filling a different role today, inshallah. I'll be covering Mawlana Khalil's slot. And then our last period I won't be doing Surah Duha with you. So we just take a moment to realign ourselves and prepare ourselves for today's class, inshallah. Let's take a moment, disconnect from everything, and reconnect our hearts, our minds, our souls to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and find our purpose, and remind ourselves of the objective as to why we are here. I want everyone to take a deep breath in, all the negatives out. Deep breath in, negatives out. Deep breath in, negatives out. Just calm yourself. Remind yourself as to why you're here. Enjoy the experience that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has once again allowed us to find ourselves in a class, find ourselves with people that on the same journey as us, find ourselves on a path where Rasulullah says, whoever takes this path in which he seeks knowledge, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes his path to Jannah easy. Let's picture that path. Let's picture that path being illuminated for us, that path to the ultimate goal. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept our efforts of coming out today. I want everyone to start off with istighfar 3 times, saying astaghfirullah, just asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to forgive us for anything that we might have done in the past week that was displeasing to Him, anything that we did knowingly or anything that we did unknowingly, that we beg of Him to forgive us our shortcomings. So 3 times silently, astaghfirullah. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept our istighfar before we get up from our seats today, before we leave this class. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala have forgiven all our shortcomings. Ameen. Ya Rabbal Alameen. We're now going to say La ilaha illallah. There's none worthy of worship except Allah. The Sahaba radiallahu anhum, the best of creation after the Anbiya, were told by Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Jaddidu imanakum, renew your iman. And the Sahaba wanted to know, Kayfa nujaddidu imanana ya Rasulullah, how are we going to do that? How do we renew our iman? And the Rasul responded, Akthiru min kawli la ilaha illallah. Say these words often, and may it become a reality in our lives that there's none worthy of worship, there's nothing that we are focused on, there's nothing that is causing us to deviate, illallah, except that Allah is in our lives. 3 times, silently, renewing our intention, renewing our commitment, La ilaha illallah. We're now going to send salawat on our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. When we send one salutation on him, know that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sends 10 upon us. When we send the salawat, picture Rasulullah sallallahu receiving the salawat. Rasulullah has advised us that when he passes on and we send the salawat, that the malaika will take it directly to him and he will receive it. Picture Rasulullah receiving your salawat that you are about to send. Picture Rasulullah being happy with the salawat that is being sent. Picture Rasulullah responding to your salawat. Picture Rasulullah being happy to respond to the salawat. When you send the salawat, you realign our lives with His life, and we realign our mission with His mission. 3 times, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad وعلى آل سيدنا محمد. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد. Okay, we start on that note. Allah subhanahu accept our efforts of coming out, and may we take maximum benefit. Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. Okay, so there's going to be a quick recap of the work that you've done. And that was the Jam Mudhakkar Salim. Jam Mudhakkar Salim. Who can recall what this means? Who knows what Jam Mudhakkar Salim means? Sorry? I'm hearing so whispers. Okay, what does Jam mean? Jam is plural. Nice. Mudhakkar? Masculine, lovely. And Salim? Sound. So it's a sound, masculine, plural. Sound, masculine, plural. Then you get also what is known as the sound, feminine, plural. Jam, mu'annath, salim. And our next today, after doing a recap on the Jam, we're going to be doing the sound, feminine, plural. And then you get what is known as the broken plural. And that is the three plurals that you will be doing for this year, inshallah. So you get Jam, Mudhakkar, Salim, Jam being plural, Mudhakkar being masculine, and Salim being sound. So what does it mean for something to be sound, masculine, plural? So your words that you have, for example, Muslimun, for you to make it a plural, for it to be a sound masculine plural, sound meaning the word remains intact. You're going to get Jam Mukassar, words which plural is broken up. So example of a Jam Mukassar word, for example, Qalamun. Qalamun is a pen. Qalamun is not, its Jam, its plural is not sound. It's a broken plural. So Qalamun is not going to be Qalamuna. Okay? I know you learnt Una. Now you think everything must get Una. No, everything mustn't get Una. You will find in a dictionary, were you taught dictionary work yet? Yes. So you know how to find a Jam Mudhakkar Salim word? No? Okay. So I don't know if this is premature, if you still need to get notes on dictionary work, but in the dictionary when you find the word Muslim, for example, if you find the word Muslim, then next to it you're going to see UN. UN. And you're going to have the letters, the Waw and the Noon. And that indicates to you that this is a Jam. This word, when it is made plural, it will be sound. It will be Muslimuna, for example. The word Aqlamun, for example, or sorry, Qalamun, its plural will not be sound. So next to the word Qalamun, which means pen, you will find the word Aqlamun. So qalam is now broken into pieces and stuff is added in between, or something's added at the end, or something's added in the front, but it's no longer sound. The word Muslim, Muslimuna, the word Muslim is still there, it's perfect, it's sound. That is what's meant by a sound plural. Does everyone have that? Everyone understand that? Okay, so for a word to be sound masculine plural, it can be one of two forms, either the una or the ina. Only these two, una or ina. So if you see, for example, a word that has una or ina, you immediately can say, what can you say about it? It's a sound, masculine, plural word. Everyone got that? Okay. It's a plural word, many. It's masculine, male. And in terms of its language, its sound, it hasn't been broken up. Let me think of another broken plural. I can't think of another. I can't think of one offhand. But basically, all your broken plurals, which is a lesson you're still going to do, the word, for example, won't remain intact and una is added. Rather, it will be broken apart. There will be something added, and so on and so forth. Okay, so una and ina. Kafirun. Kafirun, if you're going to look in a dictionary, you're going to find at the end of the word, you're going to find un, or you're going to find una, like they have it over there. So when you find kafirun, you know to make this word plural, all you need to do is add una. So kafirun, a sound masculine plural will be kafiruna or kafirina. Excellent. Then you get salihun. If you're going to look up the word salihun in the dictionary, next to it you're going to find un again. Un or the waw and the noon being una, so that you know for definite that the jam of this word, the plural of this word is going to be sound and it's going to be masculine. So you can add to this word una once again. So salihun, the plural of this will be salihuna or salihina. Lovely. Okay, so there was some homework that needed to be done, and we look at that very quickly. Okay, so we have, for example, the words a Muslim, a truthful male, a believer, and what was it that you were supposed to do here? Make it sound masculine plural. So add the una and add the ina. Okay, so let's go through it very quickly. Muslimun again will become Muslimuna and Muslimina. Sadiqun, Sadiquna and Sadiqina. Mu'minun, Mu'minuna and Mu'minina. Mushrikun, Mushrikuna, Mushrikina. Fasiqun, Fasiquna, Fasiqina. Sabirun, Sabiruna, Sabirina. Kafirun, Kafiruna, Kafirina. Zalimun, Zalimuna, Zalimina. Mustaghfirun, Mustaghfiruna, Mustaghfirina. Nasirun, Nasiruna, Nasirina. Qanitun, Qanituna and Qanitina. Mujrimun, Mujrimuna and Mujrimina. And the last one, Munfiqun, Munfiquna and Munfiqina. Okay. This lesson over here shows us that words can be in one of three hals. You did the halat, the hal? Yes? Okay, so it can be either in raf or nasb or jar. And when it's in raf, it has a particular sign. And when it is in nasb, it has a particular sign. And when it is in jar, it has a particular sign. Also, as we just done now, we did the sound masculine plural. So you know these plural words. Going back to its singular, you have the mufrad word, which is a singular word. Then you have the dual word, which is yes, mashallah, one of our brothers got it. The dual word is muthanna, and then you have your jam. Okay. So does everyone understand the table? It's not foreign, eh? Okay, lovely. So you have, as you can see, raf, nasb and jar, and then you have you on the side over here, it's either going to be mufrad, muthanna, or jam, mudhakkar, salim, or as we're going to do in our next session, jam, mu'annath, salim, or jam, mukassar, broken plural. Okay, so let's look at how the word changes. So muslimun is singular. In halatul raf, it's the un sign. When it changes to halatul nasb, then what happens? There's an an that is added, so it becomes musliman. And in halatul jar, muslimin. Okay? So whenever you think of raf in the singular form, un. Nasb in the singular form, an. Jar in the singular form, in. Okay? This table is very important because throughout the Quran, majority of the words are going to be in one of the hals. Only the verbs are not in hals, and the huruf, the harf. So you get your nouns, your ism, and then you get your verbs, your fi'al, and then you get a harf, A harf is a particle. The particles don't have hals, but otherwise almost all your nouns are going to have a hal. And when you see the sign, then immediately you must be able to say, this is halatul raf, or this is halatul nasb, or this is halatul jar. For example, I come to you in the middle of the night, I wake you up, I show you the word Muslimun, you must tell me raf. Because when you see I know that it is raf. That's all. This is the system that you're currently following. And inshallah, as time goes on, you'll see how the whole picture comes together, inshallah. So, Muslimun, Musliman, Muslimin. Then in the dual form, Muthanna. So you have ani. To make a word dual, all you do is add ani. So Muslimun becomes Muslimani. And in Nasb and Jar, it has a change. It can become Muslimaini and Muslimaini. So Nasb and Jar has the same for the dual. Muslimaini and Muslimaini. I don't know if that's premature. Okay, so that is the question I was about to ask now. So how do you know when Muslimaini is halatul nasb, or how do you know when Muslimaini is halatul jar? Anybody? You still need to do that. Good. So how you will know is the context will tell you. The context will tell you what hal it is in the sentence. Whatever it is in the sentence, it's either going to be raf. The rules are going to tell you this is raf definitely, or the rules are going to tell you this is nasb definitely. For example, a fa'il. Did you do fa'il? Fa'il, the doer. So you have a verb and then you want to have the one that is doing the action. Everybody with me? Some look confused. Do you know what the fa'il is? Everyone knows what the fa'il is? Can I have a yes from everybody? Do you know what the fa'il is? Yes. Okay, if you don't know what the fa'il is, I'll explain it to you quickly. So you're going to have a verb. And then you're going to have a doer of the verb. Someone must do the action. So daraba, to hit. Who hit? Al-waladu, the boy hit. So the boy, the verb, the rule of the doer, the fa'il, it is always in halatu raf. Just giving you an example. So if, for example, you're going to see that the word is aini, but it's the doer of the verb, then you know because of the rule that it is the doer is always in what hal? Halatul raf. So then you know this aini over here is halatul raf. It's just a quick summary. Okay, if you're not there, don't worry about it. Focus here again. So you have Muslimani, and Muslimani in halatul nasb and jar is Muslimaini. Does everyone have that? Okay, then the Jammu Dhakkar Salim word. You have Muslimuna. And Muslimuna changes to Muslimina and Muslimina. Okay? So the changes are standard. In its singular form, it's an, and in. In the dual form, it's ani, aini. And in the plural form, it's una, ina. Everyone have that? You know it, you memorize it. If I take it off the screen, you'll be able to say it to me. Bismillah, give it to us. So, a singular word in halatul raf, tell me its sign, just tell me the sign. Other way, raf, an, in. Good, dual, ani, aini, lovely. Una, ina, mashallah. May Allah place barakah in your studies and open up for you and grant you to excel in your studies. Ameen ya Rabbal Alameen. For those that participate, when I do ask a question, the du'as are going to come flowing. For those who don't participate, you lose out on the du'as. So there's a beautiful story of Ukasha. So Rasulullah was talking about something, and then Ukasha radiallahu an, he was one of the Sahaba, he got so excited as to what Rasulullah was speaking about Jannah, that he stood up and he said, Ya Rasulullah, make dua that I am one of the people of Jannah, because Rasulullah was talking about Jannah, and the Rasulullah made dua for him, may you be one of the people of Jannah. Then someone else stood up as well, because there's opportunity for du'as. So he said, Ya Rasulullah, make dua that I am also one of the people. So he said, Sabaka Ukasha beat you to it. Sorry. So fastabiqul khairat. hasten towards the good. This is an opportunity for learning. Don't be shy. The shyness is going to hold you back from benefiting, inshallah. Okay, can we go on to the next slide? Everyone understands that? Is there any questions? If you don't understand it, you need to say, I don't understand it, and I can explain it again. But everyone needs to be on par on this journey. Okay, we agree everyone can go on? Okay, mashallah, lovely. So, another example over here is when the al is added. Okay, so you have Muslimun, which is a Muslim. Then you have al-Muslimu. This concept of the al, did you do it? Okay, so this word becomes, I don't know if you use the Arabic terms, but it becomes ma'rifah. Beautiful. Ma'rifah. It is known, it is definite. We know definitely that it's the Muslim, very specific. So al-Muslimu, the al is added and the tanween is dropped. In halatul raf, it's going to stay the same. Al-Muslimu. And in halatul nasb, it's going to have the fatha, al-Muslima. And in halatul jar, it's going to be al-Muslimi. Standard. When you see extra al, don't get a shock now. What is going on now? I don't know what's happening. All the al means is the. And it's added to the word. And that's it. Then in the dual form, al-Muslimani, al-Muslimaini, al-Muslimaini. And then in the jam form, jam mudhakkar salim form, it's going to be al-Muslimuna, al-Muslimina, and al-Muslimina. So everyone understands the concept. It's just the al that's added. That al, when it's added, it shouldn't throw you off, it shouldn't confuse you. It just means that you're saying the. And the tanween is dropped. So instead of un, it's going to be u or a or I. Here's another example for practice. Salihun in the raf form, salihan in the nas form, salihin in the jar form. Muthanna, ani, salihani, salihaini, salihaini. And then salihuna, salihina, and salihina. And then the al is added over here. Let's read it together. As-salihu, as-saliha, as-salihi, as-salihani, as-salihaini, as-salihaini, as-salihuna, as-salihina, as-salihina. So that is raf, nasb, jar, mufrad, muthanna, jam. And this particular examples over here, it's the al is added, so it is ma'rifah, it is known, it is definite, and the tanween is dropped. Is there anyone that has any questions on this particular subject over here? The jam mudhakkar salim. No, everyone is with us, 100%. So if I ask, I'm not going to do this, so don't worry. But if I pick anyone out of the crowd to explain this to me, you'll be able to? If I don't see a definite yes, then I'm going to have to ask you. Definite yes? Even if you don't know, just shake your head. Yes. Okay, mashallah. Let's continue. As-sabiru, as-sabira, as-sabiri, as-sabirani, as-sabiraini, as-sabiraini, as-sabiruna, as-sabirina, as-sabirina. Okay, same concept. Raf, nasb, jar, singular, dual, and plural. Okay, another example. I don't think the sound can go softer on here, but I can move it away from my. That's okay. Just a request to make the sound a little bit softer, so I'll move it away. Okay. So another example is qanitun. Qanitun in the raf. Then qanitin, qanitani, qanitaini, qanitaini, qanituna, qanitina, qanitina. Lovely. Let's go. Next one. Mustaghfirun, mustaghfiran, mustaghfirin, mustaghfirani, mustaghfiraini, mustaghfiraini, mustaghfiruna, mustaghfirina. Lovely. Okay. Al-mursalu. Everybody. Al-mursalu. Al-mursala. Al-mursali. المرسلان المرسلين المرسلين المرسلون المرسلين المرسلين. Lovely. Okay, let me just check quickly. Slide 15. Okay, so the next slide, what was the request? What you needed to do here? The jam mudhakkar salim words. Okay, so Mawlana Khalil said this you must quickly check it in a group, check it in a group, go through it quickly, check if you were able to find all those, and then we'll go on to the next thing, inshallah. We'll go on to the next lesson after you've checked it with a friend or in a group or something. If there's any questions, you can request of me to come forward and I'll try to assist you as best as possible, inshallah. Okay, so I was told you do have the answers each to that? You do have the answers each to that? Yeah. Okay, so just check it with your friend. Even the concept that we've covered now, the mufrad, muthanna, jam, and raf, nasb, and jar, just in your group, very quickly, discuss the concept. See, make sure that your friend knows and understands the difference between the raf, nasb, and jar, and the difference between mufrad, muthanna, and jam, and then quickly mark your the work. You do have a sheet, and then at 10 past, so you have 5 minutes to do that, discussing the concept, marking the work, and then we're going to onto the next lesson, inshallah. Okay, can we continue? Okay. If you didn't finish the marking, you do have the sheet. You can just check it at home, inshallah. Khair. Okay, so as I mentioned, via the group that you're with, very quick explanation of this particular concept, raf, nasb and jar, and then mufrad, muthanna, jam. Within the group, if there's any confusion, then the confusion would have been clarified, inshallah. So I hope everyone is clear on this particular concept. Everyone clear on it? We can move forward comfortably. Okay? In the group, when you have that opportunity, you must express yourself in such a way that you feel confident about what you are saying. And in this manner, it actually prepares you to, inshallah, one day sit here. In this way, the group setting, expressing the concepts, will inshallah prepare you to one day sit here. Yes, there's a question. Sorry? The answer sheet, what about it? None of you's got it? Okay. According to Mullah Khalil's email to me, he said there's going to be, is there an answer sheet? Okay, so the email will still come through regarding the answer sheets about that. Okay. And anyway, we did the concept, and basically you have to look through it, and when you see that sign, then you just underline it, inshallah. Okay, khair. Let's continue. So the next is going to be jam muannath salim. Can everyone read that? Jam muannath salim again. Jam muannath salim. So it's exactly the same as before. Jam is plural. We're speaking about the plural word. Muannath, it's the feminine form this time, and salim, it is sound. Sound meaning the word itself stays intact and something at the end is added. Within that, the bigger version, you will see the singular form there. So it's sound, it stays intact. You don't see anything different except that something is added to that. Sound, feminine, plural. Okay, so a noun is always in one of three different conditions or states. What are those three states? Raf, nasb, and jar. Excellent. Mufrad. So the feminine form of the word Muslim or Muslimun is going to be Muslimatun. The ta marbuta, it's called the ta marbuta, the round ta, that being added to the word makes the word feminine. Okay? Makes the word feminine. So, if you want to say, this is a Muslim, it's a male, Muslimatun, it's a female Muslim. So, Muslimatun in Halatun Nasb, what do you think it's going to look like? It's going to be Muslimatan, lovely. And Muslimatan in the jar form, what is it going to look like? Muslimatin, lovely. Okay, then Muthanna. So how do you make a word dual? You add ani. Okay, but now remember, there's a ta marbuta here. Okay, there's a ta marbuta, there's a round ta. So consider that and add ani to it. Muslimatani, lovely. And in the nas form, Muslimataini, and the jar form, Muslimataini. Easy? Very easy? Alhamdulillah. Okay, let's continue. So, they're going to show the difference between the masculine and feminine. Muslimun, salihun, mu'minun, kafirun. Muslimun in the feminine form. Muslimatun. Salihun in the feminine form. Salihatun. Mu'minun in the feminine form. Mu'minatun. Kafirun in the feminine form. Kafiratun. So to make a word feminine, all you do is add ta marbuta. Lovely. Okay. So jam is broken up into three. It's the masculine plural, jam mudhakkar salim, which is una and ina. For the feminine plural, you're going to add atun and atin. Okay? So we've covered the masculine form, una and ina. For the feminine form, it only has two possibilities as well. It's atun and atin. That's all. That's all. That's all. You got it? Okay, lovely. Muslimatun, atun, and muslimatin. But notice what happens over here is, remember the word muslimatun, and then the dual is muslimatani. For the plural, there's a slight difference. So the ta marbuta is taken away completely, and you add atun. Muslimatun, you take the ta marbuta away, and you add atun. For the masculine form, you add una. For the feminine form, you add a or atin. Everyone got that? Okay, so let's go through it again quickly. Muslimatun, this is the feminine single. If you add ani, it becomes muslima, muslimatani or muslimataini. And the plural form, muslimatun and muslimatin. So the plural, masculine, una, ina. The feminine, the plural, sound feminine, atun, atin. Explain that to your friend quickly. Very quickly. To make a word sound feminine plural, this is all we need to do. Okay, let's continue. Does your friend understand the concept? Not do you understand? Does your friend understand the concept? Ladies, does your friend understand the concept? I don't know if you understand. Does your friend understand? So. Not fully. Okay. I'll explain it very quickly again and then we'll do a few examples. So we're busy making a word, a feminine word. We want to see the plural of that word. It's a sound feminine plural word. All you do to it is add atun and atin. It's as simple as that. If there's any confusion, then just say that to your friend. To make a word sound feminine plural, it's atun and atin. When I see atun or when I see atin, then I know the word is sound feminine plural. Let me say that again. When I see atun and when I see atin, then I know the word is sound feminine plural. Is there still any confusion? No. Alhamdulillah. Okay. Yes, Bismillah. Okay. So answer the question. What do you think will happen? You did the concept. You did the concept with. So then answer the question. What's going to happen? The tanween is going to be dropped. You know the answers to it. It's very simple. Don't get confused. Oh no, what's going to happen when the al is added now? You did the al. The al is added, the tanween drops. It's exactly the same. Okay? I'm not too sure. We'll see now if there's some examples of that. Okay, so kafiratun. Kafiratun, what does it become? Plural now? Plural? Kafiratun, kafiratun, atun. Remember we're adding atun, and it can in nasb or jar it becomes atin. So kafiratin. Lovely. Another example. Muslimatun becomes muslimatun, and nasb and jar muslimatin. Okay, yes it. Al kafiratu. So the lady asked an important question. When it is in ma'rifah form, when there's a al, now we're all confused again. Are you all confused again? No, because you did the concept. When a al is added, all that's going to happen is the tanween is going to be dropped. Everyone got that? Okay, lovely. So al-kafiratu becomes al-kafiratu and al-kafirati. Answer the question. Okay. And then next example, al-muslimatu becomes al-muslimatu and al-muslimati. Lovely. Okay. So here's some examples and we can go through this very quickly. And then you'll have some exercises that you'll get to do now in groups again. So the group discussion, you throw it back and forth. If one of you don't understand it, your friend is going to be able to explain it to you, inshallah. So, munafiqatun. The ta marbuta is showing us that it's a feminine word. And we're going to make it sound feminine plural now. So we're going to add atun, so it's going to become munafiqatun, munafiqatun, and munafiqatin. Dhakiratun, dhakiratun is going to become dhakiratun and dhakiratin. Sa'imatun is going to become Sa'imatun and Sa'imatin. Al-mu'minatu, Al-mu'minatu and al-mu'minati, and al-ghafilatu. Lovely. Okay, everyone got that? So we're busy with the sound feminine word. When I see atun or I see atin, immediately I know this word is sound feminine plural. Question? Mistake on number 2. There's a mistake on number 2. I didn't even pick that up. So did we read dhakiratun and then munafiqatun? Ya salam, this coffee's not working this morning. Okay, so that's a mistake. MashaAllah, well done for picking that up. So dhakiratun is dhakiratun and dhakiratin. Lovely. Okay, so I think this is fairly simple. A word that is sound feminine plural, you either going to have atun or atin. If it is ma'rifa means that it has an al, the tanween is going to be dropped. For example, al-mu'minatu becomes al-mu'minatu and al-mu'minati. And if you reverse it, when I see atun or atin or atu or atin, I know this word is sound feminine plural. You got it? You got it? You can teach it? You can teach it? MashaAllah, feel confident about it. Say yes, I can teach it inshallah. Lovely. Okay, now for the exercises, you can go into groups, and then the exercises that you have on this work, you can do that quickly up until 1:45, and then Ana Khalil says we must give some nasiha. We can give some nasiha inshallah. So up until 1:45 you have some group work inshallah. Bismillah. If there's any questions, I'll roam around and you can ask if there's a need inshallah. Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, as-salatu was-salamu ala ashrafil mursaleen, Sayyidina wa Nabiyyina wa Mawlana Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Khair. I hope the exercises made it a bit clear for you as to what you're currently busy with. And I think a very important reminder is sometimes you're going to be busy with a concept and you're not going to understand how this concept fits into the bigger picture. It's like, okay, why do I need to know, an, and in, and what has this got to do with anything? So like a puzzle, when you get a puzzle and the puzzle is broken up and you don't know what the picture looks like, but when you have certain parts of the puzzle, you slowly put it together. So every lesson is a part of the puzzle. Until you get all the parts and you're able to put it together and you're able to see, wow, what an amazing picture. So every lesson is a part of the puzzle for a greater objective, and the greater objective is to understand the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Where the next time you're going to look at the Quran, that Quran is not just going to be Arabic, but it's going to be something that speaks to you. It's a communication between you and your Creator. But this communication takes effort. As long as you making the effort, and as long as you are striving and turning to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will eventually open up, and we make dua that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala opens up for all of us. Ameen Ya Rabbal Alameen. Okay, so there's some homework that needs to be done, and that is going to be done for next week inshallah. So in terms of some nasiha to myself firstly, and hopefully you can get benefit from what I'm about to say, a very important reminder that we are on the doorstep of one of the greatest months, and this is the month of Ramadan. It's like literally a stone throw away from us. And there are so many virtues to this month that one would love to maximize, one would like to maximize, one's achievements in this particular month. The Rasul says, إِذَا جَاءَ Ramadan, when the month of Ramadan comes, فُتِحَتْ أَبْوَابُ الْجَنَّةِ, the doors of Jannah are opened. وَغُلِّقَتْ أَبْوَابُ النَّارِ, and the doors of Jahannam are locked. وَسُفِّدَتِ الشَّيَاطِينِ, Shaitan is locked up. Rasul reminds us that for every fard or every sunnah that you do in this particular month, you get the reward of a fard. And for every fard that you do, it becomes multiplied by up to 70 times. Now what happens is, a person who's not used to doing certain things, when it comes to the month of Ramadan, he's going to have, an awakening, and only for the first week that awakening is going to be able to hold on to that awakening. So, okay, there's so much rewards, and for every sunnah I get a fard, for every fard I get this, so I'm going to try. And what's going to happen is he's going to try for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, maybe a week. But if it's something that you were not used to, then it becomes very, very difficult. And that we see every single year of our lives. The first night of Ramadan, there's no place for the Imam to park. You come there and you're like, okay, I'll park down the road. And then the next week, and then you can park anywhere. You have the whole parking to yourself. It goes from a masjid that people are outside to 5 safs, 6 safs. What happened? Where did it disappear to? It's something that was strange, it was something that was exciting, but then the excitement wore off. So the best of months are about to come, but if we do not prepare ourselves for this month, then that is going to be us. We're going to be that Eno. Eno? Put it in, zzz, bubble, 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 and then flat, dead, die, missing, janaza, whatever. But the person, you don't know where he is, what happened to him, you must call him up or whatever the case may be. So this is an important reminder for me and you as to the month that is going to come. This is the greatest of months. The Sahaba radiallahu anhum, it is said that 6 months in advance, because they knew the worth of Ramadan and they knew the potential in the month of Ramadan, 6 months in advance they would prepare themselves already. Can you imagine the 6 months in advance? We're 2 months away and we didn't even start preparing it. 6 months in advance they would prepare for this great month. How do we then prepare for this beautiful month that's about to come? The beautiful month that celebrates the coming of Quran. شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن. This is the month that the Quran has been revealed in. This is what you're striving for. Connecting to the Quran to be able to come to be part and parcel of the celebration of the greatest guidance that has been sent down to mankind, the Holy Quran. And then Laylatul Qadr, Inna anzalnahu fi Laylatul Qadr. This is all about celebration of guidance. So how do we prepare ourselves for this month? That's the big question. So the way to prepare yourself for this month is understanding the now. Understanding where you are as an individual in relation to Allah, in relation to the book of Allah, in relation to Ramadan. Where are you in connection to these important concepts? Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, وَمَن يُعَظِّمْ شَعَائِرَ اللَّهِ فَإِنَّهَا مِن تَقْوَى الْقُلُوبِ. Whoever shows any importance and greatness to that which Allah shows importance to, it's a sign of taqwa. So if you're going to look at Ramadan as something important, it's a sign of taqwa. If you're going to prepare yourself for this great month, it's a sign of taqwa. If you're going to deem it important, it means that you deem what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala deems to be important. So in the now, just take a moment to reflect. What does Ramadan mean to me? The past Ramadan and the Ramadans before that, was I like that Eno that just started and fizzled out? Or was the month so important that I used the month and the entire month to actually benefit from it? What was my Ramadan like? Was I like most of the high school kids that's eating akhtar bak? Or did I actually use it as an opportunity to draw closer to my Creator? So you take a moment to reflect. My last Ramadan, what was it like? What is the objective of my month? Was it the month where I drew closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Was it the month that I reconnected to the Holy Quran? Was it the month that I reconnected to my family? Was it the month that I reconnected to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam? Where are you now in this present moment in connection to this month of Ramadan? Okay, that's the first point. We look at ourselves in relation to that. And then some things that can assist us in preparing ourselves, inshallah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Inna iddata shuhuri inda Allah ithna ashara shahran fi kitabillah. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the heavens and the earth, we don't know how many hundreds and millions of years ago this was, but when Allah created the heavens and the earth, Allah created the universe, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that He placed within it a time frame, 12 months. When He created the heaven and the earth, He placed with it time. He placed with it months. The Islamic months that we know, that was placed already. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Minha, from it, arba'atun. What is arba'? 4. Arba'atun hurum. Out of these 12 months, He made 4 of it sacred. 4 of it very special. Ramadan is not one of the sacred months. Ramadan is a special month on its own. Minha arba'atun hurum. 4 of it is sacred. In Hadith Sahih Bukhari, it says 3 comes after each other. Dhul Qa'dah, one of the sacred months. Dhul Hijjah, the month of Hajj. And Muharram. These are the 3 that comes after each other. Who knows what the 4th sacred month is? Sorry? Now Ramadan is not one of the sacred months. Ramadan is a special month on its own, but it's not one of the 4 sacred months. Anybody knows what the 4th sacred month is? Rajab. Rajab. What month are we in now? Islamic month? We in Rajab. Oh my word, I'm in an Islamic sacred month. Really? I didn't know. Now you know. You're in one of the sacred months. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the same verse, فَلَا تَظْلِمُوا فِيهِنَّ أَنفُسَكُمْ. Don't wrong yourselves in this month. Stop sinning. This is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to us. Stop sinning. Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu, one of the companions of Rasulullah, says, in this month your good deeds are increased and your bad deeds as well that you do, it is multiplied. You do a wrong deed in this month, it's a sacred month, it's a special month, it is increased, your bad. Likewise, your good is increased as well. So I'm 2 months away from Ramadan. I'm currently in a sacred month. The wisdom of this month being placed here 2 months in advance is an opportunity for me to realize that I need to prepare myself for that particular month. And if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks and requests of me to stop sinning in this month, then I'm going to try. Because what happens is, sometimes we want to enjoy ourselves to the brink, to the last night before Ramadan starts. But what then happens is, there's an inertia that happens. So you enjoy and you enjoy and you enjoy and you enjoy and you enjoy. And when Ramadan starts, you're craving that enjoyment. You're craving that enjoyment. So you can't, it's like a car that's driving at 140 kilometers or 160 kilometers. And just before he looks and he finds himself in front of a barrier. And he tries to pull brakes. At 200 kilometers per hour, what's going to happen when he pulls brakes? Is he going to stop dead? No, there's going to be inertia. That car is going to travel another 2-3 meters. And it's going to go into that barrier. So Ramadan for us is that barrier. And if we don't slow down now, we're going to go into Ramadan with a mindset that I still want to enjoy. I still want to have fun. I still want to do. And thus, you'll find that even in Ramadan, we go to the hot spots. Every night it's a party. Every night it's a party. Go to Wembley. Go to the garages. Tarawih is something that is foreign. What must I go do in a masjid making 20 raka'ats when I can take my girlfriend and show off my new car, my S3 or my M1 or my M2 or my M3, and all the rest of the Muslims are all here having a jol. What must I do in the masjid? I didn't prepare my mind, I didn't prepare myself to enter into the month of Ramadan. I didn't remind myself that this is an important month. And so Shaitan is locked up, but he's done such a good job for the 11 months that he says, I can relax for this month. I don't even need to worry, they're on autopilot. I'll see them again Labarang night. I'll see them all at Sea Point. I'll see them all at the waterfront. And I'll just remind them again that you did a good job in this month. I'm going to take the reins again. This is a reality. This is a reality. Parents, if you don't know, go one night out and go see. You'll get the shock of your lives as to what's actually happening in the month of Ramadan. So for me and you, this is going to be a different month of Ramadan. For me and you, I'm in a sacred month. And I'm going to prepare myself. One of the scholars said that the month of Rajab is the month in which you sow the seeds. So you sow a seed, meaning your mindset is going to change. You're going to have the intention, you're sowing the seed. In Sha'ban, you're going to water it. So you're going to increase. You're starting slowly. I'm maybe just going to stop trying to do sin. I'm not doing much extra, but I'm stopping the sin. Sha'ban, I'm increasing in some good deeds. I'm starting to recite a little bit. For the last year, I haven't recited. So now I'm going to start, I'm going to open my Quran, I'm going to read 1 line per day. Or 1 page per day. In preparation so that in Ramadan, I'm already in a routine. And in Ramadan, I'm going to see the fruits of my preparation. I'm going to see the fruits of my preparation. So we look at the now. Where am I in relation to this month of Ramadan? And then I remind myself, I'm in a sacred month where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, don't wrong yourself in this month. And so we try to take this advice from our Creator, and we start making changes slowly. We plant a seed in this month. In the month of Sha'ban, we're going to water that seed, so we're going to increase on some good deeds. I'm going to increase on the sunnahs that I was neglectful on. I'm going to increase in the recitation of Quran, inshallah, so that the month of Ramadan, I'm in a routine that I can only continue and I can increase. And the month of Ramadan is the greatest of months for a believer. But we need to prepare our minds for it. We need to prepare ourselves physically for it. We need to prepare ourselves spiritually for that. And you will see the fruits of this month. Ameen. Ya Rabbal Alameen. Beautiful dua that we can start making for this entire month is Allahumma barik lana fi Rajab. Oh Allah, grant us barakah in this month of Rajab. Wa Sha'ban, grant us barakah in the month of Sha'ban. Wa ballighna Ramadan, and grant us to reach the month of Ramadan. It's a beautiful dua. You're going to hear it on the radios, you're going to hear it in the masajid. become vigorous in this dua. Why? What's the importance of this dua? You're asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for barakah. Now our time is up, and I would like to on another occasion speak about barakah. Barakah is the lost treasure of a believer. Truly, barakah is the lost treasure of a believer. If you experience it, it's amazing. If you're deprived of it, you're deprived of a lot. Barakah. Barakah is when you have little means but you're able to achieve a lot. You have little time but you're able to achieve a lot. We're always saying there's no barakah in time. But when you turn to Allah and you ask for barakah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can place barakah in what you do. So Allah, oh Allah, place barakah in the month of Rajab for me. Grant me more time, grant me more wealth, grant me more in whatever I need, so that I can focus my energies on preparing for the month of Ramadan. I don't want to be so focused on working to earn that money. I'm going to take a little bit of time out to sit with my Quran. But Ya Allah, you ensure that even though I'm taking a little bit of time off from my work, and you're not taking off from your work, you're taking 15 minutes away from the normal routine. Oh Allah, ensure that at the end of this month I have even more, even though I did less. That is barakah. Why? Because you're placing importance to something that's even greater. Oh Allah, place barakah in this month for me. Grant me more so that I can focus on something greater. In the month of Sha'ban, Allah, grant me more so that my focus can be somewhere else. And inshallah on another occasion we'll speak about barakah. We'll speak about experiencing barakah and how barakah is very, very real, but it's the lost treasure of a believer. I conclude with this hadith. Rasulullah says, Man ja'ala al-humum, whoever makes his concern, his main concern, hamman wahida, his main concern, this one concern of his, is hamma akhiratihi, is the concern of the year after. I'm concerned as to the day that I'm going to stand in front of my Creator. When He asks me, do you remember that day that you did so and so? Why did you do this? Come in hadith. Allah subhanahu will remind us of stuff that we even forgot about. Do you remember on so this day you did so and so? So why did you do this? So a person whose concern is that day that, Ya Allah, I'm going to stand in front of you, what is it going to be like? He makes this his sole concern, meaning that he lives a life in such a way that on that day he's going to be okay. Not only is he going to be okay, he's going to be safe. Not only is he going to be safe, he's going to be successful. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala speaks about the successful one on the day of Qiyamah. He shouts out, Ha umuqra'u kitabiya, here's my book, read it. I fast. That's the day you can brag. You can be proud because you took the necessary steps in this dunya. Whoever makes his main concern hamma akhiratihi, the concern of the year after, standing in front of Allah, kafallahu dunyahu, Allah will sort out all his dunya affairs. Allah will sort out all this individual's dunya affairs. Now again, don't misunderstand me, don't misquote me. I'm not saying that go sit on your musla whole day and make salah and pull me and don't go to work and say no, the Mawla said I must just concentrate on Allah and Allah's going to sort my money out and my job. No, I'm saying that when you go to work you are conscious of Allah. My interaction with the opposite sex, I'm conscious of that. My consciousness of how I spend my boss's time, or if I am a boss, how I treat my employers, it's in relation to how Allah subhanahu wants me to do. If that is my concern and my focus, then Allah is going to sort the rest out for me. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us that focus. When we focus on the year after, so that He sorts out our dunya. Allahumma barik lana fi Rajab. Allah grant us barakah in this month of Rajab. Wa Sha'ban. Grant us barakah in the month of Sha'ban. Wa ballighna Ramadan. Oh Allah, grant us to reach the month of Ramadan. Jazakallah khair wa akhiru da'wana. And alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Sorry, just two important notices. The Mizan camp, which is for the males, is starting on the weekend of the 13th of March. Registration can take place immediately already. If you haven't been on the camp previously, this is your first year, you might not have been. It's a really, really amazing experience. This is only for the males, so I would really recommend that you register for that. And then there's a nikah next week at this masjid. So currently they are still looking for a venue as to where you're going to be next week. You'll get an email for that, inshallah. So just heads up, there's a nikah here next week. The classes won't take place here next week, but you'll get an email as to where the venue is going to be. Shukran. Jazakallah, shukran.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I was just asked to make an announcement. That is actually the end of break, so if everybody can settle down, Kanala.
correct folder. Okay. Sorted. Just quickly Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله الكريم وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقه قولي اللهم أخرجنا من ظلمات الوهم وأكرمنا بنور الفهم وافتح علينا بمعرفة العلم وسهل أخلاقنا بالحلم وجعلنا ممن يستمعون القول فيتبعون أحسنه اللهم اجعل أعمالنا خالصة لوجهك ولا تجعل فيها حظا لغيرك وصل اللهم على سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How's everyone today? Alhamdulillah. We continue with Sarf bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, and we will do so as we always do with some revision. But before we get into that revision, just to recap quickly, what are the concepts that we've learned? We've had 6 lessons so far, right? The first one is almost like a spick and bunches lesson, right? But okay, then alhamdulillah, all of them were important. First one was an orientation in relation to the subject, and then we had 5 lessons in which we each learnt or solidified a specific concept, right? Let's just run through that, and then we'll recap them in terms of concepts. We'll say all of the scales, and then we'll get into today's lesson. Did you guys download that dictionary app? Right, good. Those who don't, inshallah, we can share for now, but it will be important for you to get that for yourself in due time, inshallah. Right. So, yeah. What are the concepts? What are the order of concepts that we learned? In the first 2 weeks, we learned the first scale, right? What scale was that? The fa'ala scale, right? But in terms of what the content was, it was the past tense scale, right? What do we call it? Al-fi'alul madi. Al-fi'alul madi. It told us about a verb coupled with the person doing that action and its tense, right? It was a thing done in the past. We learnt how to change who was doing the action. By that scale, what the scale actually taught us was a scale of changes that changes who actually does the action, right? By changing the ending. So we had fa'ala, fa'alu, fa'alat, fa'alna, fa'alta, fa'altum, fa'alti, fa'altunna, fa'altu, fa'alna. All of those changes to the ending of the verb, and all that it changed was who did the action. In the next lesson we had on week 3, we learnt what? How to change the action itself. Not change who's doing the action, how to change the action itself. And how did we change the action? By changing the root letters. Right. Good. So, and then on the 4th week, we learnt one new thing, which was very small. And what was that? That we have our scale, but there's an additional thing in the scale that can change, but that change is still somewhat mysterious to us, right? And that change is that the second root letter, the ayn kalima, fa'ala, can sometimes have a
kasra and it can sometimes have a dhamma also. It's not always a fatha. Like we had sami'a and karuma. That we learnt on week number, was it week number 4. That was week number 4. Right. Then in week number 5, what did we learn? We already learned how to change who's doing the action. We learned how to change the action being done. Then we learned how to change when the action was done. Right? We learned how to change when the action was done, the tense. So we move from the past tense to the present tense. And how do we change that? Well, we learned a whole new scale. Right? That in addition to changing when the action was done, we also learned how to change who was doing the action on that scale. Right? By learning the whole present tense scale. What do we call that in Arabic? Al-fi'lul mudari'. Right? So how did that scale go? يفعل يفعلون تفعل يفعلن تفعل تفعلون تفعلين تفعلن أفعل نفعل. And then last week, which is the 6th lesson that we had thus far, we learnt on that present tense scale how to change the action, and also that the same thing that applied to the past tense verb also applied to that one, in that the second root letter or the ayn kalima can sometimes have a fatha, sometimes have a dhamma, sometimes have a kasra. Right? Like we could have, like in terms of fa'ala, we could have sami'a and karuma. In the present tense, yaf'alu, we could also sometimes have yadribu or yansuru. Yadribu or yansuru. So that middle root letter can sometimes have a fatha, sometimes have a kasra, sometimes have a dhamma. And there were lots of questions about how do we know what it must be, both for the past tense, and how do we know what it must be for the present tense. That's what we're going to learn about today in our dictionary work, inshallah. So before we get into that, let's do it old school. Fa'ala, say it for me. Fa'ala, fa'alu, fa'alat, fa'alna, fa'alta, fa'altum, fa'alti, fa'altunna, fa'altu, fa'alna. Next one. To open, everybody go for it. Bismillah. Fataha, fatahu, fatahat, fatahna, fatahta, fatahtum, fatahti, fatahtunna, fatahtu, fatahna. To hit, daraba. Darabtum, darabti, darabtunna, darabtu, darabna. To help, nasara, nasara, nasarat, nasarna, nasarta, nasartum, nasarti, nasartunna, nasartu, nasarna. To hear, sami'at, sami'na, sami'ta, sami'tum, sami'ti, sami'tunna, sami'tu, sami'na. To think, hasiba, everybody. Hasibat, hasibna, hasibta, hasibtum, hasibti, hasibtunna, hasibtu, hasibna. Last one, karuma, karuma, karumu, karumat, karumna, karumta, karumtum, karumti, karumtunna, karumtu, karumna. Right, then we moved on to the present tense verb. Everybody says for me, al-fi'lul mudari'. Al-fi'lul mudari', we say that's the present tense verb, right? And then all other scales we learned over here. The yaf'alu scale firstly. Everybody say it one for me. Bismillah. Now, I want to hear that you know it, please. Let's wake it up here. Everybody, Bismillah. Yaf'alu. Yaf'alu. Taf'alu. Yaf'alna. Taf'alu. Taf'aluna. Taf'alina. Taf'alna. Af'alu. Naf'alu. Right. And then we can put all of those other forms that we learned, all of those other root letters, we can stick it in here as well. So, to hear. Yasma'u. يسمعون تسمع يسمعن تسمع تسمعون تسمعين تسمعن أسمع نسمع. To open, يفتح يفتحون تفتح يفتحن تفتح تفتحون تفتحين تفتحن أفتح نفتح. Okay, right, ladies, say this one for me. يضرب تضرب تضربون تضربين تضربن أضرب نضرب. Come guys, show me what you can do. نصر ينصر, to help. ينصر أنصر ننصر. Right, last two. حسب يحسب. Everybody. يحسب يحسبون تحسب يحسبن تحسب تحسبون تحسبين تحسبن أحسب نحسب. And the last one, كرم يكرم يكرم يكرمون تكرم يكرمن تكرم تكرمون تكرمين تكرمن أكرم نكرم. Right, so again, in terms of memorization of these scales, learning these scales, you only really need to know the fa'ala and yaf'alu scale. The rest should fall in place. But please do still memorize them. Right? If you haven't yet, please do put effort into doing that via repetition, not like some rocket science method. Just memorize the thing. It's 20 words. Right? And when you memorize them, pay attention to the names or the endings of the words. If ever you hear a word ending with taku, or like sounding present tense, and it's taf'alina, you can hear that ina in there. Without even paying attention to the root letters, you must already know it's you, one female, are doing something. Whatever that thing is, it depends whether I know the root letters or not. As soon as I hear something starting with a ta and ending with a short noon, taf'alna, I must know that it's you, many females are doing something. If I hear something that sounds like yansurna, yaf'alna, yakrumna, I must know that it's they, many females, are doing something. If I hear fa'altum, I must know it's you, many males. If I hear fa'altunna, I must know it's you, many females. If I hear whatever, af'alu, I must know that it's I am doing something as opposed to having done it in the past. So just pay attention to those forms. And that was the whole purpose of giving you those worksheets with the stuff mixed up, so that you can actually pay attention to those forms and that must be entrenched in your mind, inshallah. But now the question is this. Firstly, before we move on, any questions? Speak now, or forever hold your peace. Or you don't have to hold it forever, you can send us a message, but right, okay. I'm going to check some on the board. You tell me what they are. Tasma'ina. You, one female. Tasma'ina. I just told you now, whenever you hear ina, you must know it's you, one female. Tasma'ina. You, one female. What's it? Oh, hearing, right? Present tense. Darabat. She. What did she do? She hit, right? Ahsibu. I. What's it? Not past tense. I am thinking, right? Tansuruna. You, many males, are helping, right? Karumtunna. Tunna. Not they. You, many females, were generous. Past tense, right? Naf'alu. We, present tense, right? We are fa'ala, to do. We are doing. Right. Okay, I'm going to skip this, enough of that. So now we have the question still. The question that many people were asking last week. We had a number of verbs. We had fa'ala, we had daraba, we had fataha, we had sami'a, we had nasara, we had karuma, we have hasiba. And so we formed this form of the verb, right? We said that's our template. Fa, ayn with something on it, la. But now I give you a new word. You never come across this word before. How are you going to say that one? Okay, if nothing else, you can see that people are taking shots in the dark. Some people may have come across the word in the Quran and so they know it's فَفَزِعَ مِنْهُمْ فَفَزِعَ. But others we're guessing. And it really, that can't be the way we work it out. I at least know I have a fa. Za is the one that I'm shaky about, and I know there must be a at the end. Is it faza'a, fazi'a, fazu'a? Which one is it? Right. Similarly, I give you another one. How do I say this? What's it going to be? Let me hear loud. What I know is that word in the context that we're speaking is not ba'da. Because there is such a word that you will come across very often. But what do you think it means? What do you know about how the word is formed? I know the ba is going to have a fatha, right? Ba. And I know the dal is going to have a fatha. The ayn is the one that I'm not too sure about. So the question for now is, how am I going to find out? Similarly, we had the same thing in the present tense. I had yaf'alu, yadribu, yaftahu, yasma'u, yansuru, yakrumu, yahsibu. And so we could fashion ourselves that template. Yaf, and there's a lu at the end, but the ayn I'm not too sure. Is it a'i'u? Which one is it? And so I can give you a word here as well. You know some part of that. What do you know there? You know it's going to be what? The beginning is going to be yas, and the end is going to be ru. So what's it going to be? Yasbaru, yasburu, yasbiru? Which one is it? Some people are saying yasbiru. Some people, I didn't hear anybody say anything else. Okay, let's not go there. I put that order wrong. Anyways, similarly, if I had given you the word ba'ada, I know something at least. It's going to be yab, and there's going to be a du. Is it yab'adu, yab'idu, yab'udu? Which one is it? The question is, how do we find out? And what did I tell you guys last week? For now, we are going to find out using our dictionaries. Right? We are going to find out using our dictionaries. So this is where I need you to whip out your dictionaries. A physical one, you can have it on your phone, or if you want, you can access it online. Trying to get to our website, please. Okay, if you type in, if you haven't downloaded it, right, and you want to access it online for now, you can just type in this website, ijtal, EJTAAL, EJTAAL.net, net/AA, EJTAAL.net/AA. So if you go to that website, a Hans Wehr dictionary should show up on your phone. Right. Okay. So once you have it, we can start moving, inshallah. Now you don't have to look in your dictionary yet. We're going to get to taking it, we're going to get to actually working with it in a moment. The first thing we need to know about the dictionaries is, your dictionary, your Arabic dictionary, specifically the one that we're working with here, the Hans Wehr dictionary, is arranged according to. How is it arranged? How do you think it's arranged? It's arranged according to root letters. It's arranged according to root letters. Tell me, did you learn about root letters in Nahu? You didn't learn about it in Nahu yet? No, okay, that's fine. But I'm going to give you an example. Say, just intuitively now, you'll learn it formally. But say, for example, you want to find the word. In Sarf, we've only been working with verbs, right? We've only been working with verbs. I just told you now that a dictionary is arranged according to root letters. And how many root letters does a word usually have? 3, right? Okay. So tell me, if you want to find the word kitabun, under what letters are you going to look? Kaf. And what's the next root letter, do you think? Taf, kitabun. Which one do you think is the root letter, the alif or the ba? The ba. So kaf, ta, ba. Those are going to be my root letters. So when you want to find an Arabic word, you don't look for the exact letters that you see. For example, if I see the word yadribu, I don't go look at ya. That, a normal dictionary, you just take all of the letters and look according to all of those letters, right? For us in Arabic, we're not going to, if I give you the word yadribu, you're not going to go look for ya. What are you going to look for? Tad, ra, ba. And you'll find it over there. But if you go look for ya, dad, you're not going to find it there. Right? So, first thing is that the dictionary is arranged according to. Wait a minute now. Yeah, it's arranged according to root letters. That means, example, I use Yaldribu in my example. The word yaftahu will be found under what letters? Fa, ta, ha. Not under ya, ta, fa. No. Fa, ta, ha. So you're always going to look at root letters. And then secondly, they're placed in alphabetical order. Or the roots are placed in alphabetical order, I should rather say. But now to know how to look for it still, if you're using a physical dictionary, you need to know what the order of the letters are. You need to know what the order of the Arabic letters are in this case. So here I've placed it up on the board for you. So what's that there? What's that there? That first letter? So that's not actually an alif. The name of that letter is Hamza. Right, it's Hamza. It's only an alif if it's a pulling sound. Like in the word kitabun. That's kaf ta, alif ba. But when it's actually a ah sound, like akala, we call it a Hamza. Right, so that's Hamza. Next one, ba. Next one, ta, tha, jim, ha, kha, dal, ذال را ذا سين شين صاد ضاد طا ظا عين غين فا قاف كاف لام ميم نون. So now most of you guys learned what? Mim, noon, wow, ha, hamza, yeah, something, I don't know what goes on the tin. But anyways, this is the order that you're going to find in your dictionary. Mim, noon, ha, wow, and then, yeah. So that's the order of the dictionary, right? The order of the letters in the dictionary, right? So that's the second thing we need to get down. Then now we're going to go to how do we look for something in the dictionary. First two things we need to know: words are arranged according to root letters. Second thing is, what are the order of those root letters? That's the order of the root letters over there. If you're using a phone or something that's not so important because you're just going to type in the letters that you want anyways, right? But now how to actually find what you're looking for in the dictionary. Specifically, I'm not going to focus on nouns. How do you just find verbs in the dictionary? I'm not going to focus on nouns. We're just going to focus on verbs, right? So how do you find the verbs? First thing you must do is you must know the root letters of that verb. Because words are arranged according to root letters, so you must find out what the root letters of the verb are. The second thing is, you must find the word in the dictionary. You must find, rather than saying you must find the word in the dictionary, you must find that set of root letters, that combination of root letters in the dictionary. The third thing you must know is that the first word with a set of root letters, that will be the verb. Like if you look at fa'ala, what's the root letters? Fa, ain, lam. If you go to a dictionary and you find fa, ain, lam, that word is going to be the verb, the first one. Now, why I say that is there may be an example because what did I tell you? We don't actually write harakat and stuff. When you write Arabic, you don't write harakat. You're not going to look in the dictionary and there's going to be a fa with a a and a ayn with a a and a lam with a a. No. It's just going to be fa, ayn, lam. So two words may be written the same. Like for example, kataba and kutubun. They're going to look exactly the same because it's kataba. It's a ka with a fatha, ta with a fatha, ba with a fatha. And kutubun is going to be what? Kaf with a dhamma, ta with a dhamma, and ba with a dhammatain. Kutubun. But if you take away the harakat, the one is just going to be kaf ta ba, and the other one is also just going to be kaf ta ba. So you must know that the first word with a set of root letters, or just a set of root letters, the first place that it appears, that's going to be the verb. And then, like I told you, there's no harakat. So what you do? After the verb, we'll have a transliteration of that verb. What do I mean a transliteration? Not the meaning. That word is going to be spelled out with Roman letters. For example, kataba will be K-A-T-A-B-A. Kataba. Or for example, Sami'a will be S-A-M-I. And then a thingy apostrophe for the ain, and then an A, for example. And then you check next to it, right next to that transliteration, you are going to have a letter, either A or I or U. And that A, I or U tells you what the middle haraka must be on the present tense. So for example, since is spelled out, then the present tense, we just have a, I or U that tell you whether the middle haraka must be either a for a I for I, or U for, or U stands for U, basically. Okay, that's in theory. Let's look at an example. Just a note here, one word can have more than one middle vowel and can have many meanings. Let's just look at an example. Find it for me in your dictionaries. Find it for me in your dictionaries. If you don't, listen up, if you don't have an Arabic keyboard installed, then the side you write as a capital S. So you write capital S, BR. Right, you guys following? Does anybody need help, Masai? You finding it? Capital S, BR. I was using a physical dictionary. You found it? Okay, so now where's the first place that it appears? See, there's all Saad, Baha, first one. Right. Tell me what page is that on? Got it. Tell me when you can start unpacking it. On the Arabic Almanac app, it's on page number, or the Hansvaya app, it's on page 585. 585 in the physical book as well. Okay, got it. Who needs help finding it?
So I downloaded the Arabic keyboard also, but if I go,
Okay, but first it's typing other stuff. Yes? Oh, what's going on here?
let me change it back to normal.
Oh, no. You see what you must do here is, you must have this Arabic to Arabic. So now,
Oh, okay, I see.
yes? Sod, Ba, Ra.
Obviously with the Arabic to Arabic. Okay.
And then the first place where it appears is there.
Okay.
Listen, those who don't have a dictionary or don't have the app with somebody, share with somebody, please. I do have the example on the board, but you can share just so that everybody's part of the experience of learning. Right, so we got it now. So what you should be seeing in your dictionary is, if you're looking on the app, it's on the bottom left-hand side of the page, right? You should be seeing this. Is everybody looking at that in the dictionaries? Yes. Right. So what do I have here? I first just have the letters. Sad, Ba, Ra. No harakat. I told you there's not going to be any harakat, right? Right. But what also did I tell you? The first appearance of that set of root letters is going to be your verb. That's the general rule. Right. When you see a 1 here, that just means that this set of root letters is going to appear again afterwards, with a completely different meaning or something like that. But don't worry about that for now. So we just see the letters. But what did I tell you? The past tense form of the verb is going to be spelled out for you, isn't it? So there, right next to it, it's spelled out. You see that? S with a dot at the bottom. A normal S is a sin. Right? When you want to have a sad, write it as S with a dot at the bottom. So we have sad, and then A. So what's it mean? That's a sad with a fatha. Sa. And then B with a fatha is Ba. So we have Sa, Ba, Ra. So tell me, on the past tense, what's the middle harakah going to be of Sa, Ba, Ra? I'm saying it, right? Sa, Ba, Ra. But how do you think you're going to say the present tense? Sabara, yes. What did I say you must look at? Look at the A, I, or U next to it. So what's we have here? I. So what do you think is going to be? I for E. So Sabara, yes. Biru. You see now how to find it? Sabara, the past tense is spelled out, and then this tells me the middle haraka on the present tense. So it's yes, biru. Sabara, yes, biru. Sabara, yes, biru. So that's just how we just telling us the form of the word. But you also need to have the ability to explore what words mean. Right? So after you have that, you have the past tense spelled out, the middle haraka of the present tense told to you there, you're going to have a word in brackets. That word is not a verb, that's a noun. But it's what we would call like the root word, where there are root letters, right? Where the root letters, this is what we'd call like a root word. It's from this noun that the verb actually gets its meaning. Right? It's from this word. We call it a masdar. In Arabic, it's called a masdar. Sadara means to emit from something. So this is the place from which the meaning pours into the word. So what do we have over here? Say that word for me. Sabrun. Sabr. It's actually. But we know in all nouns they either have if they don't have a al at the beginning, then they can have a tanween at the end. Well, not all, most of them. Right? If you don't have a al at the beginning, they're going to have a, isn't it so? It's either al baytu or baytun. So here, this one is going to be sabrun. Sabrun. Okay. What did I say that word in the brackets is? It's a root word, it's a noun. If you want to know the meaning of a verb for now, you can just overlook it. But look right next to that. That tells you the meaning of sabara. Sabara means to bind, to tie, to fetter, to shackle someone, to be patient, to be forbearing, to have patience, to take patience, to persevere, to be calmly, to be patiently, to be stoutly, to endure something, to defend. And it can be a whole lot of different meanings for a single word. Thus far, I've been telling you nicely, okay, Sami'a means to hear, Daraba means to hit. But if you actually go look in the dictionary, you're going to find a whole list like this. A whole lot of potential meanings for that one word. Don't worry about it. For now, we just take the first one. For now, we just take the first one. But sabara, let's take patience, because I know everybody knows patience in relation to sabr. Right? So let's take to be patient. So if I ask you, what does sabara mean? What you going to say? Sabara, the full meaning of sabara. Sabara, he was patient. And then I can form a whole scale from here. Sabara, sabaru, sabarat, sabarna, sabarta, sabartum, sabarti, sabartunna, sabartu, sabarna. Right? And then I can go to the present tense. How do I say the present tense? Sabara, yasbiru. Yasbiru means what? He is being patient. And I can form a whole scale from there as well. Yasbiru, yasbiruna, tasbiru, yasbirna, tasbiru, tasbiruna, tasbirina, tasbirna, sorry, asbiru, nasbiru. I can form a whole scale from there. And what does it mean? To be patient. So in the dictionary, you're not going to find the full meaning. You're not going to find sabara, he was being patient. No, you're just going to find the meaning of the root letters. The stuff related to the scale, you must already know. Right? That it's past tense, that it's one he, one male, whatever. That stuff that comes from the actual form of the scale, you must know. The only thing you're going to find in the dictionary is the meaning of the root letters. Right? Understand any questions over there? Now we're not reading yet the whole dictionary entry here. We didn't, number one, we didn't even look at nouns. Because if you actually just look in your dictionary and you go down there, number one, you're going to get to a point after reading this whole list of meanings that sabara can have, you're going to, you see that? If you just look on the second last line on the bottom left hand side of that page on your dictionary, you come to that two, you see that two there. You see it? Now for now, we haven't yet, it will be impossible for me to explain to you what that two means. But as we continue with our sarf bi'idhnillahi ta'ala, then you will understand that this is a different verb form. In fact, just by having that word two there, it tells me a whole new word, sabbara. Yusabbiru. But that's a verb form that we haven't learnt yet. So don't worry about it. So when we're looking at verbs now, we only look up until that two, stop over there. Right? Stop over there. And inshallah we're going to learn further from there. Right? And if you carry on, you'll see, now on the top right hand side corner, you'll see a 3, and then we have a 8. And this 8 is equal to number 5. Or sorry, we first have 5 over here, and 8 is equal to 5. All of that will come in due time. But for now, what we're focusing on is just from the beginning up until the 2. And that's all verbs still. We didn't even move on to nouns. If you look after that, you'll see the word sad, ba, ra again. You see that? So hard to do this, man. Where we at? You guys were looking over there initially, right? Sabara. There's the 2 in the dictionary. And if you go up to the other side, carry on, that's still the dictionary entry until we get there. You see the root letters again? Sad, Ba, Ra. No harakat. I told you, you're not going to find harakat in here. But now, the word is spelled out for me next to. What is this here? Sabr. Sabrun, that's a noun. Only the first one is my verb. Only the whole first thing is going to deal with all the verbs. After that, it's just going to be nouns. It's just going to be asma. So this one is sabr. And that's going to give me a noun and etc. It will go on. All different nouns that get derived from here. Sabir, sabra, or sabirun. First, see here, sabir means aloe, subra, hipal. I'm not even bothered with the nouns now. Right, okay. Move on to the next one. The other word we had on our page was Ba'ain Dal. We want to know how do we say it. So type that in your dictionaries. If you want, I'm going to rather pull it up on here. How am I going to search for it? I'm going to type B. How do you think Ayn is? If you don't have an Arabic dictionary. Ayn is a 3. And D. And then you should get something like this coming up. And then I look for the first place where those roots appear, those root letters appear. See, here's Bi'ain, Ba'ain, Tha. Not there. Okay, here's it on the left hand side. Ba'ain, Dal. Those who are looking in a physical dictionary should be on page number 80. Right. So for this one, tell me now, how do you think we're going to say the past tense here? What's the harakah in the middle letter of the past tense? Read. What does it say there? Pa? And then what do we have there? O and da. Pa? O, da. So what's the harakah in the middle letter of the past tense? Ad-damma. Ba, o, da. Right. And the present tense? What's next to ba'uda written out there? Isn't there a you there? So what does that tell me? The present tense is going to be yab, yufu, u. Ba, it's ba'uda, yab, udu. Yab'udu. Ba'uda yab'udu. Right. And then I have a word in brackets written out there. But what did I tell you? That's a noun, right? It's a root word, but it's a noun. So move past that. What does it mean? It means to be distant, to be far away, to be far off, to be away, etc., right? We only care up until here. For now, up until that we see the number 2. So if I just say the full word, ba'uda, what's the full meaning of ba'uda? He was distant, or he was far away. And then I can make a whole scale from that. Ba'uda, ba'udu, ba'udat, ba'udna, ba'udta, ba'udtum, ba'udti, ba'udtunna, ba'udtu, ba'udna. And I can make a present tense from it as well, because I have that you there, which tells me the present tense is what? Yab'udu. So I can make a scale from that. Say the scale for me. Yab'udu, yab'uduna. Tab'udu, yab'udna. Tab'udu, tab'uduna. Tab'udina, tab'udna. Ab'udu, nab'udu. Got it? Good, mashallah. Okay, now first time, are there any questions? Right. Remember the beginning and the end always stay the same. Right. Now how does the present tense scale sound? Fa'ala, yaf'alu. Only the middle one changes. The beginning and the end all stay the same. Right? Yab'udu on the yaf'alu scale. Any other questions? Yaf'alu, only the middle letter can change. So it's yab'udu. Right. No other questions? So if I give you any root letters now, you should be able to find out for me how to say the past tense, how to say the present tense. Okay, so let's see what we have. Okay, this was like a tricky one. I just wanted to show you. Look in your dictionary for khalaqa or khaliqa, whatever. And how's you know? Kha, lam, qaf. How are you going to spell it? In English? If you have the Arabic letters, you can use the Arabic letters. But if you don't, how are you going to find it? KH for kha, L for lam, and Q for qaf. KH, L, Q. Put it in the dictionary so that you can see me also doing it. I go look for the first word with that root, there I find it. Right. But now tell me, what you read? What you read? Kha, you can see it's being written as a K with a line at the bottom, right? But the Arabic letter is written there, so it's kha, la, qa. Kha, la, qa. And how the present tense sound? There's a U there next to it, so what's it going to be? Yakh, yuluqu. Khalaqa, yakhluqu. Right. And then the word in the brackets, don't worry about that for now, means it's khalqun, it's the root word. So what does khalaqa mean? To create, to make, to originate, to shape, to form, blah, blah, blah. Where did I say, where do we care up until, for now? We care up until the 2, or any other number for that matter. What do we have here? The 2's over here. But before that, let's read this whole entry. Read it for me. Khalaqa, yakhluqu, khalqun. To create, to make, to originate. That STH means something. To originate something, to shape, to form, to mold something. Oh my God, what's happening here now? Now we have the word being spelled out again. Right. So listen to me now carefully. What did I say? One set of root letters may have a number of different ways to say it. Both the past tense and the present tense. And it may have a number of different meanings. So now the dictionary, what the dictionary is showing me is that you can say this verb as khalaqa yakhluqu, and then it will have all of these meanings. But you can also say it as khaliqa yakhlaqu. But if you say khaliqa yakhlaqu, it means to have these meanings here. To be old, to be worn out, to be shabby. And then it says, whoa, you can even say it a different way. You can say khaluqa yakhluqu. And if you say khaluqa yakhluqu, then it means to be fit, to be suitable, or to be suited. So this one word, this one set of root letters, if you say khalaqa yakhluqu, it has one set of meanings. If you say khaliqa yakhlaqu, it has another set of meanings. If you say khaluqa yakhluqu, it has a different set of meanings. Question. Right. So here you can say khaliqa yakhlaqu and you can say khaluqa yakhluqu, and here's another one khaluqa yakhluqu. You see there? Khaliqa yakhlaqu and khaluqa yakhluqu, to be old, worn, shabby. And then the next one just says khaluqa yakhluqu, to be fit, suitable or suited. Eesh, man. So all that they're telling you is that a certain way of saying the word has this, if I use khaluqa yakhluqu, or if I want to have the meaning to be fit, suitable or suited, I have to say khaluqa yakhluqu. If I want it to mean to be old or worn out, I can say khaliqa yakhlaqu or khaluqa yakhluqu. And if I wanted to have the connotations of to create, I must only say khalaqa yakhluqu. Okay, don't get confused about that now. I know it can be confusing. All that I'm telling you is this. One set of root letters can have a number of different meanings. Completely distinct meanings. But oftentimes it will be that you have to say that root in a certain way. So that haraka, before it might have seemed like, okay, I can just put a a, e, u there, doesn't matter. But now you can see, if I put a khalaqa, then it means to create. If I put khaliqa, it means to be worn out. It's completely different. It's like the opposite. The one is to like come into creation. The other one is to be old and be going out of it. So it's not just like a random thing. You can just decide to pick. Okay, today I want to say e there instead of a u. No, it can change the meaning. It can change the meaning vastly. So what you need to do, you need to actually go check in your dictionary what the words mean. But another beautiful thing, why I actually wanted to teach you how to use the dictionary, because I actually could have just told you all of the words that we need to know. I could have done that. But why I wanted to show you how to use the dictionary is because you can now see all of the imagery that gets attached to a single root. Now, and you'll see inshallah when we get to the Quran, when we come across the word khalaqallah, you may perhaps be able to see not just Allah created, you'll be able to see a depth of meaning in that. Allah is always creating anew. As things become old, Allah creates newness in it, etc. Like, you'll be able to see not just what the translation gives you. Otherwise you could have sat at home and read Muhammad Ali or whatever, Sahih International Translation. That's not what we want to learn. We come here, we want to understand the Quran, not just be able to translate it. That's the first step, but to deeper things. Right? But for now, what we'll do is when I give you an example, I just want you to tell me the first way. I just want, if I give you a homework sheet, for example, I gave you a dictionary homework sheet. For example, if the word khalaqa is on here, all that I want you to tell me is, write on there, khalaqa yakhluqu. Write out the Arabic, you can put the harakat on, and then one meaning, just to create, finished. That's all. Right. Okay. So now you can see, for example, what all of these words would have had in our dictionary. We know these words already. Daraba, but if you look by daraba, you have a e next to it. I rather. If you look by fataha, it will have a a. If you look by sami'a, it will have a next to it. Why? Because it's yasma'u in the present tense. If you look by nasara, it will have a u, yansuru. If you look by hasiba, it will have a I. It will have a u, because it's yak, rumu. You can check that up in the dictionary if you want to. But like I said, most people, we live in a fast-paced world. You just want to take everything that comes to you easily. But if you actually use a dictionary, I can almost guarantee you'll have a greater appreciation of the Arabic language. You have a much deeper appreciation of the Arabic language, because you'll get to see all of the connotations of a root. Right? You'll get to know all of the imagery attached to that root word. So don't play around with the dictionary, inshallah. Let it be something enjoyable and the experience of learning. So our time is actually up now. Right? But what I want you to do for homework is this. You have this dictionary worksheet, right? I want you to find all of these words in the dictionary. Here is hadara. You must tell me, fill in the harakat. So if it's hadira, to put a fatha, kasra, fatha. Or if it's hadara, then I want you to put a fatha, fatha, fatha. And in your dictionary, you're going to see a I, or U. That's going to tell you how to say the present tense. I want you to write that word out next to it for me in full. Like you have the example here. Hamala yahmilu. So you're going to do the same. Hadara yahduru. And then the meaning. Now don't give me the whole dictionary, please. Just one. Right? You can choose one that you like, or you can choose the first one. And the page number is not so important, but you can put it there if you want to. Back when we first made this thing, we weren't using apps or websites to find the words. We were actually using physical dictionaries. Actually, what I remember, I'm going to say the girls used to do it, but yeah. They would take they have a physical dictionary, sometimes reading from an actual book. AIDS retention, I read a study on that once. That reading from a physical page aids retention of information because of the flickering in the blue light in screens, agitating one's mind or something like that. Well, I can't remember exactly what it said, but I just remember reading from paper aided retention. So to speed up your process of looking for words in the dictionary, you can get those book tags and you just write the letter on the end. So where alif starts, or where hamza starts, you put one of those tags on the side of your book so you can go to it easily. You know what I mean? Oh, there's one there. Can I show them? Like this, you see. Some tags here, so if you want to go to Hamza quickly, you can do that. Should help you out. Right. I'm not gonna lie, I never had the intelligence to do this kind of thing, but mashallah, it will help you. So that's it for now. Homework, find these words for me. We'll look at it again next week, inshallah, do some revision, and then we'll move on from there. Any questions before I leave? Alright, then we're in there for now. Wa jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيد المرسلين وعلى آله وأصحابه الطاهرين ما دام ما في السماوات والأرضين رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما اللهم إنا نسألك علما ينفعنا ارفعنا اللهم إنا نسألك علما نافعا ورزقا واسعا وعملا متقبلا وشفاء من كل داء نوينا التعلم والتعليم والتذكر والتذكير والإفادة والاستفادة والحث على التمسك بكتاب الله وسنة رسوله صلى الله عليه وآله وصحبه وسلم وبعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته كيف حالكم؟ الحمد لله. Alhamdulillah, all thanks and praise due to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for affording us this opportunity once again to come to a house of the houses of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to recite the book of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and to study its meanings. We pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grant us all of the virtues and all of the rewards which He has promised on the tongue of His beloved Messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Today we are going to start with our first chapter in terms of Quran. We have given a brief introduction to Quran in terms of what is Quran by definition. Okay, please keep this in mind as we work our way through various chapters of the Quran. Tamam. We have a standard methodology and approach to Quran, or rather to when we start off a new chapter of the Quran. Tamam. Our first question that we ask is that a chapter in Arabic, what term do we use to refer to a chapter of the Quran? Anybody? Surah. Okay. When you refer to a chapter of the Quran, we refer to that chapter in Arabic as surah. So for example, you would say, what surah are we doing today? You would say Surah to Alam Nashrah. You follow me? Tamam. So just a moment to understand the meaning of the word surah. The meaning of the word surah. Tamam. The word surah literally means whole. W-A-L-L, whole. So you have like a high wall and you have a low wall. Okay? So the word surah literally means wall. Are you with me? Tamam. Now in Arabic you have two terms for the word wall. The one is jidarun. Can you say that after me, inshallah? Jidarun. 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 Okay? Now jidar means wall. But jidar means a low wall. A low wall. Okay? So if you think of a picket fence, it is the form of a wall. But generally it is low as opposed to high. The word surah refers to a high wall. So low wall, jidarun. A high wall, surah. You with me? So if a person asks you what does the word surah literally mean, you say it refers to a high wall. And the reason why a surah is called a surah is because it has high and lofty meanings. Understand the connection? So therefore some of our scholars would say, irrespective of the length or the brevity of a given chapter, there is no such thing as a small chapter. Like you say, there's no such thing as a short surah. Why? Because every surah is high and lofty in terms of its meaning, irrespective of the length of the surah. You follow me? Okay. So at the beginning of every surah, I'm going to run through the same drill. Surah literally means whole. There are two words for whole, jidar and surah. Jidar means low whole, surah means high whole. The reason why a surah is called a surah is because it contains high and lofty meanings. Okay, first thing. The second thing we're going to look at is that in terms of the revelation of the Quran, we spoke about the revelation of the Quran, isn't it? Briefly, we said the Quran was revealed piecemeal over a period of 23 years. 13 years in Mecca and 10 years in Medina. So the Quran was revealed piecemeal over a period of 23 years. 13 years in Mecca and 10 years in Medina. Now Quran in terms of its revelation is divided into two. What we refer to as Makki and Madani. But now Makki means it was revealed before the Hijrah. And Madani means it was revealed after Hijrah. Makki doesn't mean it was revealed in Makkah per se. Madani doesn't mean it was revealed in Medina per se. Rather, whatever was revealed prior to Hijrah is referred to as Makki. Whatever was revealed after Hijrah was referred to as Madani. So, you may have it recorded in your notes in terms of Makki or Madani. So what does the text say? You don't have it recorded. No, Fish. Do you have a copy of the Quran? Anyone have a copy of either 13:9 or 15:9? Even if you have it on your phone, I just want to indicate to you that if you were to look on your phone even, so you open up your Quran app on your phone, for example, and you turn to Alam Nashrah. In your copy you don't have it. So if you look on your, if those who have a hard copy, you will see on top it says Suratul Inshirah, and thereafter they tell you Makkiyatun. So generally, your copy of the Quran, at the beginning of the chapter, they will tell you whether the chapter is Makki or Madani. So here, if you have, I see one of the brothers have a hard copy. If you look at Suratul Inshirah, they will tell you thereafter Makkiyatun. In other words, the surah is Makki, which means it was revealed prior to Hijrah. Okay? So how many phenomena have we discussed thus far? 2. The meaning of the term surah, and then we've looked at whether the surah is Makki or Madani. And the third thing which we normally do at the beginning of a surah is to look at the name of a surah. So there are many surah that have only one name, but there are equally many surah that have more than one name. So this particular surah, it has a few names, but you can also understand that the differences aren't a really great difference. Some say this surah is referred to Surah to Alam Nashrah. So that is naming a surah by virtue of its opening verse. Because the first verse in the surah is Alam Nashrah, people refer to it as Surah to Alam Nashrah. Then in other copies you'd find that is referred to as Surah to Sharh, because the chapter talks about Sharh, opening. And yet in other chapters you find that it is referred to as Surah Inshirah. So those are the 3 names that are mentioned in relation to the chapter that we are on the verge of doing, inshallah. So to keep things brief, inshallah, that's basically what we're going to do for now. The beginning of every surah, we're going to be discussing 3 things. The significance of the term surah, whether it's Makki or Madani, the chapter we are dealing with, and then also focus on the names of the surah. Where does the surah get its name from? Please also don't confuse the following 2 concepts: the name of a surah and the theme of the surah. Because, for example, like the first surah is Surah Al-Fatiha in terms of compilation. The second surah is Surah Al-Baqarah. The theme of Surah Al-Baqarah is not the cow. The reason why Surah Al-Baqarah is referred to as Surah Al-Baqarah is because mention of the story of the cow occurs in Surah Al-Baqarah. And that's quite common, where a particular occurrence in the surah takes its name from that particular occurrence, but that's not necessarily the theme. Right? And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala knows best. So keep that in mind. What I'm going to do for our intention is to actually finish Surah 2 Alam Nashrah today. But how do we do that? We do that by working through the surah together, but working just in terms of your level. Ibn Abbas, he talks about, you get different types of tafsir. So you sitting in a tafsir class. Ibn Abbas, he talks about the very basic tafsir, and he says that is tafsirul Arab. The explanation of the Arabs, what does that mean? It means that you basically read the chapter and understand the Arabic wording. It's very interesting to look at the different meanings and the deeper meanings. We'll do that when we meet next time, inshallah, next week. But for now, I want to work through the surah just looking at the Arabic. So what you need to identify is the words that you can recognize. And then we're going to basically look at the meanings. Because the idea is that you want to read and understand the Quran. And whilst we're doing a chapter, at the same time in your other periods, you are being enabled in terms of your grammar and in terms of your morphology to be able to independently read and understand the Quran. Okay. So there are many words that you're not going to be too familiar with. Those words, I want you to make a note of it. And you will come across it later on. If there's a phenomenon or concept that you haven't discussed really, you simply need to memorize it for now. Like for example, you haven't come across, in English you have a question mark. How do you recognize a question mark in English? At the end of a sentence, right? You see a question mark at the end that goes like that, right? Arabic is very different in a sense that the question mark doesn't come at the end of a sentence. It comes at the beginning of a sentence. You follow? Come on. That's the one thing. So you haven't learnt about question marks in Arabic, have you? So for now, you just need to know that the word is a question mark. It comes at the beginning of the sentence. And you understand the meaning of it now. So for example, I ask, Ismuka Muhammad. I say, Ismuka Muhammad, your name is Muhammad. Then I say, is Ismuka, your name Muhammad, is your name Muhammad? Question mark. You with me? Now, like in the English language, when you have a question mark, every question doesn't beg an answer, isn't it so? Somebody does something very silly, and sorry for this example, it's the one that comes to mind now. Somebody does something very silly. Whether you justify to ask the person this question or not, that's not the point of our discussion. But you ask the person, are you stupid or what? Now that's not harsh. Are you silly or what? You tell the person. You follow me? Now do you want the person to deliberate? Like to ascertain as to whether he's silly or not? You don't want an answer. When you say, are you silly or what? The person doing a very silly thing, and then you ask him, are you silly or what? You're not asking a little question. You're actually chastising the person by asking him a question. So it's very much rhetorical. You don't want an answer. You follow me? So like that in the Arabic language, you get a question mark, but it's not really meant as a little question. Sometimes it's mentioned so that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can highlight His favor upon you. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through a question here is highlighting His favor upon whom? Upon the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. So Allah says, question mark, lam. Do any of you recognize the word lam? Have you come across the word lam? Lam is a prefix. You know what a prefix is? You know, something that comes at the beginning of the word. And then you get like a suffix, something that comes at the end of the verb. So the word lam is a prefix that enters upon a present tense verb. So the word lam, does everybody see that? And lam is a negation. It means not. Did not. You follow? Is this new to you? You must interact with me. Okay, so you just got to make a note of and lam. Is a question mark. Lam negates. Right? It's like, you did in, did you do fa'ala? Okay, he did. And did you do ma fa'ala? No, you didn't do a negation yet. Okay, so here you find that lam is an instrument of negation. Lam. And then have you did present tense verbs like fa'ala yaf'alu. Okay, so now if you come to fa'ala yaf'alu and you come right to the bottom, it says naf'alu. Does it ring a bell? Yaf'alu yaf'alani yaf'alun taf'alu taf'alani yaf'alna taf'alu taf'alan taf'alun taf'alin taf'alan taf'alna af'alu af'alu naf'alu. Now don't worry about that other in between. Yaf'alu, you know. Yaf'alu, you know. So you look, to be very honest with you, no? To be honest with you, don't, how do I put this, man? Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. This is, I'm genuine. You need to be worried and concerned about yourself. And learning is not measured by me. Learning is measured by you. I know naf'alu, right? But the idea of the class is for you to get to know naf'alu. Because at the end of the day, the class is not measured by me, the class is measured by you. So if you get to learn what naf'alu is, then we've had a successful class. You follow me? So I want to know that in terms of fa'ala, you know, right? Yaf'alu, you know. There's a recognition, you know. So if you go from yaf'alu, you may not be able to say the entire scale as rapidly as I. That's inconsequential. It doesn't matter. But you recognize that there's a naf'alu there, isn't it? What does naf'alu mean? We are doing. Okay? Now what you've done before is that you've taken the scale naf'alu. And what happens is, you get this like A5. You're like, okay, if you haven't heard about it before, you're hearing about now. So, is it permissible for me to high five you like for real? No, because you're a strange lady and I'm a strange man, so I can't high five you. But what I can do in a class setting is that I'll A5 you. You with me? So you go so and I go so. So, you with me? Okay. Why I'm explaining all of that is because you're familiar with the word sarf. Sarf, right? What I want you to do now is just think about sarf. Even if you think sad or rafa for now as a beginning, I want you to think about sarf. Then like I A5, I want you to hug sarf. Okay? No, genuinely, because over years sarf has been very neglected. I mean, how much sarf feel about your attitude towards it? But you haven't even given it a sporting chance, but you've already decided that I don't want to have a relationship with sarf. Now to make up for your indiscretion when it comes to sarf, I want you to just give it a hug, man, please, sarf. You understand? It's unfair. It's discriminatory. The fact that you're treating nahu, but sarf like an orphan child. I mean, how much sarf feel? You follow me? So when I say about like the fa'il, then everybody's familiar. But then when I say naf'alu, it's like this UFO that came out of nowhere. I want nothing to do with us. Are you with me? So now, yaf'alu, he is doing, naf'alu, we are doing. Now give me a verb that you already did. For example, kataba yaktubu. And I want, you see what happens is, the problem we have in our classes is that you as a student, you think of the translation of the word. I think we explained this phenomenon before. It's very problematic. When you hear an Arabic word, I want you to think not about the translation. I want you to think about the meaning. So let's do this. What does yaktubu mean? So where are meanings located? Meaning is located in your intellect, isn't it? You have a conceptualization. Look, for example, if I say kusista, Right? Now what happens is you all are laughing, but why are you laughing? Because the moment I say the word kusista, you're not thinking of a translation, are you? Because there's no translation of kusista. Kusista is like unique. Kusista has family. Like for example, the distant relative of kusista is called a donut, but it's something else altogether. Or bola, and all relatives. But I'm saying, when I say kusista, what happens? What happens here? You conceptualize a Malay sweet dish peculiar to Cape Townians. You follow me? In your mind, you don't have a translation for it. You follow? When I say, for example, for those of us who are still fortunate to experience biryani or akani on a Sunday, because it's dying out. So when I say biryani, what pops up in your mind? There's a conceptualization of a certain phenomenon. Now what happens is when we say naktubu, a meaning is meant to pop up. A meaning. Because if you got the translation, you're still a step away from Arabic. You need to grasp the meaning of Arabic. So fa'ala, when you say he did, it must have meaning. Not he, one male did. Fa'ala, fa'ala. If you wanted to, you can even, he did. Maybe if you said he dalad, as a closer translation, because you're closer to the reality. Fa'ala, he, fa'ala. You follow me? Fa'altu. Meaning. Are you with me? Okay, so now what happens is, we're back now to naf'alu. So and initially what you need to do is you go back to your scales. Now you look through your scales. Yaf'alu, yaf'alani, yaf'aluna, taf'alu, taf'alani, yaf'alna, taf'alu, taf'alani, taf'aluna. But is there an inhibition towards the Arabic language? You must embrace the language. You did the scale, no? Yafalu, yafalani, yafaluna. So, yafalu, yafalani, think about the meanings. Yafaluna. Tafalu, tafalani, yafalna. Tafalu, تفعلان تفعلون تفعلين تفعلان تفعلن أفعل نفعل. You with me? نفعل. So what you have? نكتب. What does نكتب mean? We are writing, isn't it? If you say, I tell you what you're doing now, ماذا تفعلون? You say نجلس. I want you to look at the meaning. Processes. Sometimes it's a slow, painstaking process, but you need to start somewhere. So now when I say to you, najlisu, what does it mean? You follow, right? But now also you mustn't confuse mental activity which you are currently engaged with thinking. You must start thinking. Najlisu. ماذا تفعلون؟ نجلس. أجلس. أنا أجلس. I am sitting. Najlisu, we are sitting. So now you come to the Quran. Is everybody with me? You're working. Are you gaining some traction? There's some sort of affinity with the Arabic language. Or cheerleaders with us. Now, so now what happens is, now we come to Alam Nashrah. Naf'alu. Naktubu. Nashrahu. Who's that? We. And who's talking? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one, but Allah uses the royal pronoun in certain instances. You with me? So here Allah uses the royal pronoun and Allah says, Alam nashrah. Alam nashrah. Sharaha means to open. Open. Did we not open? Alam nashrah. Laka. Laka means for you. Laka. For you. Referring to who? To the messenger Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Alam nashrah laka sadarak. Sadarak. The word sadar means chest. Sadaraka, your chest. Did we not open your chest for you? Alam nashrah laka sadarak. Tamam? So inshallah we stop there. When we meet together, so I want you to, I don't want the verse. Translation, you're going to fall short. Translation. But what you need to do is you need to understand the meanings of the words. Jazakallah khair. Alam nashrah laka sadrak. Inshallah when we meet again next week, we'll go through the balance. Bismillah. Jazakallah khair. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.